have one question for you. Are you ready for some spicy detective work? Woo! I'm ready. I'm so ready. We have to do it, chat. We have to do it for Gregson, for Sholmes, for Wilson, for Gina, for Cosima, for Cosima's dad, for Gregson. I think I already said his name. For Van Zieks, for Clint Van Zieks, for all of the boyfriends and all of the people that we love in this game. For everybody! I'm so ready! I'm ready to play video games. I'm ready to continue this trial. And then I'm ready to punch Sholmes right in the face until he tells me everything. Spice, 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 spice. I'm a little excited, if you couldn't tell, just like every morning. But my excitement aside, I hope you guys are doing well, and welcome to the stream, and thank you for being here. I'm really excited to be here. You know what I want to look at right now? Hold on, we're gonna chat. I'm not gonna start playing right now. However, I just want to, you know, pull a little something, something up. Yeah, we gotta save the boyfriend. We're gonna save Van Zieks. He's a good bean. And you want to know how we know? Oh wait, I should probably get the music on. I want some music. Oh, we start off with Sholmes right away and Gina. Anyway, here. I'll just leave you guys with this while we chat for a little bit. Oh, so cute, right? Oh, so cute. So cute. We zoom into the trial? No. I'm not. I want to chat a little bit. I just needed to leave this up on the screen for you guys. Cause you know, I care about chat's serotonin levels. I'm here to help on that front. So here you go. I hope that this is increasing your serotonin levels for the day. As it is mine, right? As it's doing to me right now. It's so great. It's so great. Too early for this much. Oh, never early enough, Alan. What do you mean? What do you mean? Smiling at gunpoint. What do you mean? He looks genuinely happy. I mean, he's trying his best. Although, can we just like take a look at his brother and how really attractive he is too? I mean, I guess it just runs in the family, just being incredibly hot. But whatever. It's just, whatever. Should be illegal, if you ask me. Crops watered. Depression cured. Until you realize that 2 of them are dead, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Those are, you know, those are just details. We don't worry about the details. Duh. They were happy at one point in life. Oh, maybe that is depressing. Okay, I immediately retract what I just said. Oh. Instant regret. I went further down a road I did not want to go down. This is background desktop image potential. It is. I actually think I might put this as a background for my desktop. I did, you know, like the ending picture of the first game with Sholmes, Iris, Wagahai, Susato, and Ryunosuke? I put that picture as a desktop wallpaper. I did, like immediately thereafter. That stream I got off and I made that my wallpaper right away. It's too fucking cute, man. That picture was adorable. Too good. This one, I think also needs to be a desktop wallpaper. I think we're onto something here. This is a good fucking picture. It's just so cute. Ah! Yeah, I have 84 wallpapers on my desktop. I have it set to like cycle through. It cycles through wallpapers every 3 minutes, I think. So it cycles through a bunch, but yeah. Cute. I need to remember this case. Okay, so we took a break. We have all of this shit. Mr. Gossip reminds me of this guy a little bit. This is the husband that went missing 10 years ago. Well, missing a day ago, but quit his job 10 years ago. We have the Red-Headed League. We have this letter of introduction with this steamship on the back, which will be relevant at some point in time. We have the dismissal notice from 10 years ago, which I probably should reread whenever it's relevant because I don't remember the details on this at all. We have this photograph of the waifu. We have the murder weapon. We have a wig. We have a firecracker candlestick. I still refuse to say the word because I just will forever fuck it up. We have the autopsy report that omits a lot of detail. Sus. Floor plan, notice board, firecracker. The victim photograph. That makes me sad. I don't want to look at it ever again. And then Gregson's pocket watch. All right, so that's all the shit that we got. I think if I keep Sholmes waiting long enough, he'll cancel me and beg me for attention. So maybe I think it's about time that we get moving. Boop, 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 boop. No, Sholmes is here. He do be watching this court case very closely for reasons we still don't know. I'm not angry or anything. I'm not even gonna go there. All right, Gina and Sholmes, here we go. There you are, Odo. Oh, what kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes and Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty odd to swallow. Yeah, oh yeah, we did, well, we didn't really confirm yet that he died the day before. We still have to confirm that, but it's conjecture as of now. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in a mind of the last case we worked on, Dr. Sith. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, Sholmes, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, no, no! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Because, of course, we have to solve man's greatest problem, rent, right? How could we forget? And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Oh, got him. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean? That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Gina is so cute. Easily the most precious character in this game, and we will protect her with all of our lives. Indeed, yours truly. Ah, so it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income! Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew that we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? I think Cosmo's trying to get me to win this case. He's pushing me to become the best lawyer in the world, because he is top-tier boyfriend material. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Ah, yes, you're right. Thanks. That didn't help at all. I expected him to help me in some way, shape, or form, but nope. Not at all. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. It's gonna be a long day, friends. Here we go. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato? Yes. No, we're not. We're not ready at all. All right, November 2nd. Now it is 1 p.m. at the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, Lord Van Zieks. He's back. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Beric von Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asalgi. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom. We have the French and the Italian. Oh my god, and the Italian is eating spaghetti. Oh, great. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Russo. What? Fabien de Russo? That just sounds so French. Holy shit. Russo. A descendant of the great de Russo family from Nice in France. Okay, I'm gonna butcher this. I'm so sorry. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. It's a Peppino. I love how French and Italian these names just sound. Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Yes, and the pepperoni and the pizza. The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temzik are the future leaders of your... I'll get there with the French, give me a minute. But it's too early for this bullshit. Do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Hello! I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This is strange combination. Is it the charm of the hilarious brothers? Oh my god. Ugh. Si capo. Listen to me, the Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Chi, are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Eviva? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Shibelo, there it is. The capo's a trump card. The furrowed brow. It is deep, a capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League... Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. No worries at all. You have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And, what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No capo! Leave it to Amia! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without the pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, carrying like the Trevi fountain. Well, those dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we enlisted the same notice in every paper here in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, and it was a plan most elegant, non? No, it was most dishonorable. But, to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in 1 day than I will see the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. What? Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. Mr. Di Rosso and Mr. Di Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. But they're like, okay, but they're back. Okay. That's okay. That statement is very confusing. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo? None, I don't remember him. Obviously, Z is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Laura, this victim has nothing to do with us. You will have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Wow, these two are, fucked. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. No, nobody looking like this that came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. With this attitude, we get to nowhere, eh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary, dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that the Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. All right, here we go, first try. We'll see. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Days that day. Hold it! 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads have come all over the capital. I see, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Wow, holy shit. And then I take this is ridiculous. Then I take them, then I tell them that we take some days to let them know by a post. Finito, maybe 2 a minute per person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in 1 day. Who'd have thought that there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Sholmes! We love him, it's fine. But I don't recall the man in the photographic apple. Hold it! He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. Then this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like people who are trying to trick other people. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think that this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? No. No, I don't remember him. And obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Hold it! According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning with the end of the day. By the end of the day. Surely you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, Then I do not think that I have forgotten him. Cosmo said those two had been shown that photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. You know that Gregson goes nowhere without his fish and chips. It's definitely in the fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation, but what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or a spaghetti! Me, I love a spaghetti! Really? I had no idea. It tells them again what you said before, Pipino. Si, capo, si! I'll say it again and again. Okay, so we have to do that one again.
Hold it!
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation, but what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, huh? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right, this changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, what we have already said. I see! It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Whatever. I guess we'll say the profession too. And back we go!
Hold it!
Hold it, bitch! His profession! I can certainly appreciate- okay, yeah. Red hell help you remember in this situation, but what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man is a photograph, a detective! Yes. It would appear that he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
I know, I can't believe fish and chips didn't work either. I'm very upset about it. Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? Jesse, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Got him. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said there was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Objection!
Whoa! Spicy! Lots of slamming. Lots of slamming. Traptard, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification. I mean, official police inspector's identification? That judge is most unconvincing. Sorry? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? It became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico! And look here, is it the identification? Oh, so you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. The person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them! Too bad. Mine now, bitch. Let us return to the witness testimony. Here we go. This police card. I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like. It definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? I kind of already want to present it here. I'll keep going. Hold it! I'll keep going. But we only have your word for that. I see it, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oof, we have not much fun these days. First we are arrested, and then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Hey, couple? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, couple? That was completely a waste of time. What do you mean by that? Cavallo, you promised not to say, capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. I see, but it is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st to the 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not holy punishment. This is only your fault. Ah. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when is time to eat the pasta? No one is a faster. I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, if it wasn't the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he might have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim that they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yeah, you do have a point there. It seems to me that we need more information. Definitely. We do? I don't recall the man in this photograph. I don't know which to present the evidence on, this point or that point. I don't recall the man in this photograph. If we presented it here, that I feel like proves the point. I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. I feel like this one, because this De Rossi is the one that found it. So maybe we just do it here. Do I have anything else? That's really all we have to go on besides the wig itself, but it's not definitive. All right, so let's see if this works.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
There. Of course, it's the other one. I wonder if I could ask you to examine the identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your attention here, counsel? Is this really a fake? Or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zula! Oh, Frenchman down, Frenchman down. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Hey, what are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification Stolen. Oh, we got Cosma good. Let's go. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I don't know nothing away! Done nothing away! Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Now I wish I had to return to Italia! Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lumi, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story. I know nothing away. I don't know nothing away. But you will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. It's very hard to switch between these accents. I'm getting them mixed up in each other because it happens so fast. It's very hard to switch accents this fast. The truth is, we put him in prisoner and kept him here for the night as our secret hideout. But even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go in that day just in case. We took the man's identification at the front window and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room, but he was nothing like a prison. Blech. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, I say no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. A couple? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oof, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the very wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, couple. This is not fair. You have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Woo! The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night in our secret hideout.
Hold it!
This is fucked up. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. I am sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. If this was the first crime for the capo, he was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park of Live Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired, eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not the real inspector. That doesn't quite add up. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow up the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good. See, you may be right. Eh, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I must ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's why he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? We did! We took the man's identification from him and then shut him in the room next to ours.
Hold it!
This is the weirdest shit, man. That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one! What made you believe that it was forgery? I never seen the real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be false, so capo. It is just as Peppino said, we were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the command captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made the preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yep. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle? Both. It was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work, Capo? What happened? It was a disaster. We gave him a nicer room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Is that... Oh, do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
What's happening? Actually vented. Gregson was trying to vent, yes. Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Me? I can't believe Gregson vented. I mean, do you blame him? I don't blame him. I would vent too. Something Mr. DeRosso said seemed to make you, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavallo! At times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me! And I speak from a personal experience! Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before, we had to put the Red-Headed League plan into action. I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like at the turbine, And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, capo? Bruises, you say? You wanna see? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? No, not really. That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. show you where I don't. I show you where I don't. You do now. Cosma ain't having any of this. Allure, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Aha. Very similar indeed. You see, it is still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the capo sometimes. I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. I don't trust you. Our friend Mr. Gossip also has the same thing, you son of a bitch. Why? What is your opinion, counsel? About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? Of course it does. Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Everyone is interested in what I say. Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back here. That, like what he did to me, see? This is kind of fucked up.
Hold it!
Are you saying that red mark was caused by... I see, a big collar made up from a leather. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. DeRossi? Oh, I thought we had Saint Bernard at the home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You didn't have it tie the chain to the leg of a bandit, though. I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treated the people equal. Is the capo's here motive, eh? Starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is a tough, but the capo is a rough. Kinky. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck just like a me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Aw, thanks, chat. Complimenting my stupid voices, I appreciate it. He spent the night in the room, it was nothing like the prison.
Hold it!
You took away the man's freedom, however comfortable you make it sound. You were still holding him prisoner. If you say it like that, then I say this. This is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us. No, that isn't how it works, but okay. No money, no freedom, this is the truth. It makes me mad, it makes me sad. What can we do? If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. Oofa, there you have it! You see, this is why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the justice! Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruto. Ryunosuke. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night! And you say it was a prison, Perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruto. You should have heard them snoring! Madai! If anyone was disturbed, it was us! Oh my god. Not much to go on, really. My testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yeah, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yeah. So did Inspector Gregson actually die when he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, it is possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. We took him prisoner and kept him with him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think they were a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day. Took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back like what he did to me. Interesting. Victim was shot at close range from this resulting in a storage point of entry. The bullet examined from the body behind. Caliber the gun used matches that of a standard issue firearms. I feel like we can't trust that autopsy report at all. We can't really see his neck in this picture. It kind of does look like a bruise, but it also could just be the shadow of the collar. I feel like you would be able to see it here. You know what I mean? You'd be able to see it. Maybe that's what they're trying to do here? We have nothing else to go on. I'm gonna do it.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes sense! It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning! And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But we would tell you, we say this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Pepino is right. The man is the photograph. He is different someone to the man we held captive that night. Now we know. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? That is the burning question, isn't it? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these reasons that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. Ah, no, the facts can't lie, even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable! Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruto, so why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. Thank you.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, whose exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See ya, that's alright! We tell the same story every time! Whoever this Amanda was, the capo dragged him from the pillar to a post with a dog collar! Buongiorno, Peppino. It was not so harsh as you say, huh? So was that the falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? How old are these people? 26 and 25. Sandwiches question mark! Venus is question mark, gossip is question mark, lol. Anyway.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that? One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Huh? So this is a man who is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League. Oh my god. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Woo! Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Woo! Bring him in! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, ain't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure that you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in the big of trouble, eh, Capo? Yep. It's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The inspector and the identification. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Is it right to see you? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me? I'm no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? You could. I'm still... Okay. I'm still convinced. Same guy. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. Oh, what have I been telling you? Well, there was no need for the pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel? Very brief. Brief? Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. Okay.
Hold it!
Well, I have a feeling that we're going to be presenting this picture. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the decks, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like the that left behind on your neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. It doesn't look very much like my neck though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for, eh? They broke the mold when they made me. What? For the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear by it by the flames of my red hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry, either. That is what I'm saying. For some reason, that makes me want to eat. How did the Fabian call it in Claire? You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it is a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this immense country have a grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left. Oof, that isn't the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? How many times do you want me to say it, eh? This is so hard. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm no interest in any red-headed league.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's been my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty titbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. And just between us, I even got sandwiched to cough up for it. He does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Really? Putting Beppo on here? Okay. As you can see, my own hair has not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRusso. How can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited a housing agent on Lime Street, and there I was. There I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his land and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo is right. You remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious what this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, eh? Is it better than the Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Oh, got him. I'm a peddler of the tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's all. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed, and it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all courts of this trial, assuming no objections.
Objection!
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asagi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. At least somebody has a brain cell in this fucking courtroom. What? Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Damn, that's hot, Cosmo. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone? No, that's not his real name, but okay. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no fine peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do. And every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to get to the agent on Lime Street. remember now. There were two vulgar redheads in there that last time. Hey, if either of us are vulgar, it's not me. Zing again, Bebino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. These accents are so hard. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You update your testimony. This case is by far the worst with accents. It's so hard. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered, has been here under our noses all along. I read the room where the fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. How about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair mat. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Boone would rather as little as known about his room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man. I know where they're going with this, I just don't know where and when to present evidence. So I'm gonna keep... going, just to see if I can see where they want me to go for the current time. I don't want to be like 5 steps ahead, like I usually am. You mean you have no family? None at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerbys. Hoping just between oohs that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. What? Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. What's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick me lip. Looks like I'm not gonna get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me. How do you think I could do that? I have so much to say to this man.
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover that lip? Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on the cover up that spine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you to not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel. Sorry, my lord, my imagination got the better of me there. Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in his mustache of that size. Anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is right. He was a clean shaven. Certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. Aye, and it does and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. He would have been all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. That's true, but why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Well, we know! I'm well aware, thanks game. I just don't know where to present and exactly what. Okay, so... I rent the room where that fellow was found, it's true, but for what difference it makes. Okay, I think... I think the photograph, because obviously this was found at the scene and obviously I keep thinking that he's this guy. I just need to see how the game wants me to approach this. So I guess it would make sense that we would give the photograph first and then present this as a way to prove that he's the husband after. I feel like that makes sense. It makes sense in my head. Let's just see if it works.
Objection!
Nope, okay. Maybe we present it on another statement. I rent the room for what difference it makes. I'm all alone in the world, I have no kinfolk or nothing. That would be... Oh, here? You're all alone in the world, but... oh, this would make more sense.
Objection!
I should have... Okay, I was too quick. If you had no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room? I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? Counsel, what do you mean? There's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then, hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? He looks like he's about to pee himself. Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath of it, is his true identity must be. That's right, there's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. Very well, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who simply goes by the name of Gossip?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it, Mr. Daily Vigil? I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. This woman in the photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, just hold on a minute. I don't have what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please! Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Oh, this is so awkward. You will restrain the witness. Ew, the way the lips just fall off, bro. Ew. Ew. That's nasty, bro. That's nasty. We're now seeing your true features, I presume? Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Damn, he cleaned up. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it. But... See! There is a new question! This is the inspector we saw in the park! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had a promise. Why? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling little tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So, where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. For 10 years? 10 years? That's a long time. Jesus Christ. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street, the scene of the very crime that we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some high pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I had invented Boone and begun my other life at the street cellar. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? He willingly gave it. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit autopsies tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, not to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. For those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishing his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second offense for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... It was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Woo! Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asagi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Damn. Whew. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Ah! I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Kazuma. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma ain't about to let this end. Kazuma. What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asagi. Yo, Kazuma's out for blood! I want to know exactly what your involvement was. This is personal, man. Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this really related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Oh, of course, yeah. But I don't know how to prove that. Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asagi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asagi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well, then the defense has no objection. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten! I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, but for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Well, 10 years ago is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. You're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. I really don't. Kazuma-sama. If it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil had claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Why wouldn't you? Fucking do it, coward. I have no idea how this is gonna go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. I just want to reread this. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperations with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that Jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. This is gonna... Ooh! Ooh! This case is gonna take a turn. Because technically, wouldn't this be implying another witness, a new witness being brought to the stand? And that would require digging further into this case. Oh, woo! Spies! But how do you bring in a witness from an event from 10 years ago? Is that even possible?
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice I'm ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. It's It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. Oh, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. That this dismissal notice is nonsense. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Oh, this music is so dark! Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on June 17th, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. Was that the professor's execution? Professor, as you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on June 17th, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? The whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. I'm wondering how far this game is gonna go, dude. What if Lord Strongheart was a witness? I don't think they can do that. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. My goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Who fired the shot? Who helped the convict escape? Two different people? The same person. I keep thinking about this. I really want some answers. Sholmes? No. No. Surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Logat Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging is quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? I was suspected of doing it, or using that mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now, the horror of it all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office on top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly, this is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? It seems the fellows at Scotland Yard wanted to have a few wee words with you about it. You've been packing your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Whoa. Buddy. Oh my god. Fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Okay. I keep thinking about this theory. Thinking it's more and more likely. What reason would Enoch Drebber have to hide about this gunshot? What reason would the professor need to be absolutely and unequivocally dead on all accounts to protect one singular person? What person fired the gunshot to make sure that he would stay dead as the sole person for the blame of 5 members of aristocracy dead? There is only one person I can think of that could possibly have done it. Now, I don't know if it's him himself or he made somebody else do it, but I am increasingly more and more thinking that it was actually Lord Strongheart there at the cemetery to make sure that he died. Because if that truth got out, that would literally be war. But somebody had to... There's more to that. There's still more to it. I think it was actually Strongheart himself. Maybe. Maybe. I'll keep thinking about that. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno! Oh, Iris! You were miles away! Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you! Oh, thank you. Oh, you and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh, thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. Ugh, I don't like that. He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. Oh, oh, that hits hard. Oh. Oh. He can't just take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. Oh. Oh, I'm going to cry. Did the man ever mourn? That's what bugs me. That's what bugs me about Sholmes. It's been a year now, but like, did he ever mourn? I don't think so, bro. I really don't think so. That's what I like about Hurley after all. Suppose that's a lot of great detectives in some ways. So then, let's have tea. and then I'll give you a hand. Do you have time, Iris? I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventure of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Oh my god. Oh my god. Me still thinking about Sholmes in mourning. Ah! Okay, sorry. I know some people don't, but like, okay, you literally can't just not mourn over your best friend dying. Did he ever? No. No! You can't tell me that he did. No! How did it go in court this morning? Well, you don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yeah, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Cosima. It's quite clear now about Cosima is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound, the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Cosima and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? According to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Hey, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was this notice board in there covered in all those peculiar papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper, and I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all of this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movement of late. I never imagined I would have been investigating an inspector's movements. According to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League that day before his death. You mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was trying to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what it sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Oh, going to see Van Zieks? Oh, I will never complain about that. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? It's St. Sinner's. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the prosecutor's incarceration. How is that written in your book? It is not. That would not be written in your book. Do not pretend like it is. When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. This book is Google, it is. But Google didn't exist back then. Jenny was right. I'm starting to think that all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think that we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinner's. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. All right, Iris. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of a piping hot, extra special blend of mine. Oh, then I'm sure it will be very effective. I'd better be careful not to try and hide anything. It feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. I have to show Iris my armband. Iris, have you seen this? Your armband? The symbol of a defense lawyer in Japan. Bruno, you've shown that to me dozens of times. Oh, I had to make sure. The thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm, you know? Oh my god. Oh, this is hysterical. Oh really? Like what? I could make something for you if you like.
I love this theme.
This is a good theme. Thank you for the 100 bits. How about a band that squeezes your arm when the person is tells a lie? I'll keep a space free on my left arm then. You know what I'm gonna do today, chat? You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna have fish and chips for dinner today to honor Gregson. That's what I'm gonna do. Can't stop me. Oh, there must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. The fish and chips salute. Indeed. I will have fish and chips. Does poutine count? No, I guess poutine. Could get myself a nice poutine for Gregson. You're eating fish and chips right now? Aw, poggers. I'll think about it. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? I'm afraid it can. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little bit more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him, you say? Be my guest? Poutine definitely counts? Ooh. So I should have poutine for dinner is what you're saying. Hey, if I get permission, if that counts as like fish and chips. Sounds good to me. A pair of crutches before we came to Britain. I hadn't realized that they were used here as well. I imagined that they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Did you injure yourself once and need to use them? When I was little, I thought that they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. Yeah, but then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden stabs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. Okay, Sasato. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them? If you were a patient here, I'd feel sure that you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if only a flimsy-looking one. We've had this conversation before. Why did I come here? All sorts of medicines. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them and reaching to everyone like this. You're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. She still says the same thing. Thanks, Sasato. This notice caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps? Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Otto. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients had to pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of an injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. What terrible treatment. We're in mourning. Poutine is acceptable substitute for fish and chips. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. Thank you. Van Zieks? Hey, handsome, what's up? Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? He must have noticed that we're here, surely. Oh, okay, he came. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah! He said my name again! That is 3 times, and I'm gonna count every single time he says my name. That is 3 times. Lord Van Zieks speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Alright, let's talk, boyfriend. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe that you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all of this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... you can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. So, the reason that you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there is no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful crimes meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings. Actually, I do have a name. What? If you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then? Or if I can name the woman. She's a young woman by the name of Asashi. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here, not with Iris. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Let's not go there. Assassin. I should let father know at once. I agree. Spicy. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asagi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the best, very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. The professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics and economics and war. In many ways, Asagi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and an upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having saved mine. He saved your life. How did that happen? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike has sent a wave of panic through the capital. Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at that point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of the sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! Oh, I like that picture. Hot. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, but he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathies for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright. We've got him. I could hear them murmuring against themselves. I knew that they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asagi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruto, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. That means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Oh, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. I feel like this isn't a great idea, but okay. Wait, Van Zieks! I don't want to leave you! You're still really hot. Fuck. This is lame. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling that you'll think the same thing tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? What a charming young lady you are! Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Oh God, please don't say anything. Really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? Annie, thank you so much for gifting us up to the community. I really appreciate it. That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Don't say anything. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruto. Okay, so he didn't bring it up. We're good. All is good. Maybe he's just dumb and didn't put 2 and 2 together, but I doubt it. Highly doubt it, but okay. Now then, young Naruto, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, also after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Cosma on the end there. Oh, no, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Oh, really? You didn't miss a step against Asagi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday. Oh, we get the favor and he's not dead. Yo, Pog. No, you didn't. You did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Come on. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? Cucked again. I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. The favor! The favor! You mentioned a favor! Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. No. No, that would mean leaving Mr. Sholmes, and I don't want to do that. You want me to do what? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. I've not been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. But Sholmes, I like living with this crazy bitch and Iris. I like my life here. You'd be leaving then, Runa? No, I don't want to leave. What am I supposed to do then, Father? Yeah, I'll just we'll take Sholmes and Iris. Oh, we'll take Sholmes and Iris with us back to Japan. They'll just come with us. We're a package deal now. Wherever I go, they come with me. You came here to serve as Asagi's judicial assistant. Oh yeah, she's supposed to be Cosmo's assistant. Yeah, right, not me. Our government is still in the process of writing how best to deal with his situation, though. Take Van Zieks too and his wine. We'll take Van Zieks with us to Japan too. Dang, that sounds like a party. But I don't think Van Zieks would ever want to be our roommate. I highly doubt that one. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. Can you imagine Van Zieks as our roommate? Oh god, that would be terrible. Oh, and then we can confirm that he sleeps in his coffin every night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can then get on to his case about being a vampire. Yeah? Yeah, see? Okay. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, all right. You won't leave, will you, Bruno? I can't make Iris cry, no! The thought hadn't even crossed my mind.
He'll probably say no because then he can't get all his bottles. Van Zieks needs to try and understand what sake is.
Sake. Yeah. Although we can, we can bring his endless supply of glasses and bottles over, I'm sure. We'll make it happen. We'll accommodate Van Zieks as best as we can. Can give him a safe place to throw his chalices. Because he'll need that, I'm sure. I'm just like imagining a scene with Van Zieks. Like he's I don't know, he's like standing in the kitchen drinking his wine out of his hollowed chalice. And then he gets mad looking in the kitchen. He looks at the sink, sees it full of dishes, and then you have the roommate conundrum, and he throws his chalice. He's like, "Pray forgive me for throwing my hollowed chalice, but what the fuck are these dishes in the sink? It was your turn to do this." Like something really stupid like that. Just roommate problems. Up until now, I'm just trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. Somebody write this fic. Get on it, fanfic writers. I'm calling you out. Write it, please. Write it to me. Write it and send it. Put it in my Discord. Thank you. Puts his leg over the sink. Yes! He throws the chalice and then he puts his leg up right next to the sink. What is this? Okay, anyway, it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? We get to do whatever we want. Oh. You just broke another dish. This is counterproductive. Yeah, that's the funny part. He breaks his hollow chalice over dishes. That's the irony. It's so beautiful, isn't it? I know, you're welcome for the 5,000 IQ story right there. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who is in the dock today. That was Barrick, the younger brother of Clint, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. Why can't you Nipponese do the laundry properly? Oh god, this roommate fic is getting worse and worse, bro. What you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Iris is here. Don't say anything else, please. A friend of yours was killed. Don't say it. Professor Mikatoba, I think we shouldn't discuss this right now. That friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. That's not something we want Iris to find out right now. Not like this, anyway. Let's talk about Judge Jigoku first. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'd have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something that you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Cosmo's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He broke it? He also said some contemptuous word about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh god. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Just breaks it. He was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Right, okay. Thank goodness. Oh yes, talking about Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. Oh, I get to keep it? Aww. Cute. What a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. A commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. That's so true. Alright, how do you talk about Dr. Wilson's death in front of the child? How do we do this? How does this work? Ah, I've just remembered something! Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits! Oh, that was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. She's getting Iris out of here. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? My god. Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. So the young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, isn't it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. He was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. It could have been another Dr. Wilson? Huh? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah. We're back with cinnamon biscuits! They smell delicious, Iris. Whoa, spicy, what? I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? I'm sure you're right, Iris. What is happening? If you'll excuse me now, I have to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father, thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruto. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? No, I'm not going to Japan. I'm staying in London forever. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. No doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. Every time. Every time. To no avail! Always always surprises me. Always. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Schultz!
Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question!
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yeah? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. I kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is alright. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which is it exactly? Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Ah, so that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. I wish I could read what it said. All I can see is a signature, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Because of course. I must catch up with father at the telegram office at once.
And I'll run along and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Oh, hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh, Cosmo beat us to it. He said very much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all of this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Eve, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So, perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yeah. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take the identification and impersonate him. You're pretending to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
That's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at the 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Okay. The prison escape. It was at midnight on June 17th, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. By the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in and out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of the condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Logat Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers, and after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asagi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Holy shit. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Logut Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to get Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Logut Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asagi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. But we know that, we know that Governor Kaden is close friends with Professor Mikatoba, who is close friends with Asagi. So that would make sense. Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean Genshin Asagi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact with the man was short, obviously. About after that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially de-establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total, and I was the chief warder. I oversaw his stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean, exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe that what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. Ooh, there's more to this. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. What? The last will and statement of Genshin Asagi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of cells, and when I looked into Asagi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. Why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? That's true, but there were special conditions to Asagi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really, he was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But, at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And with what what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As he said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. You know it's against the rules. You're the only person I've seen, and if you just agree to be quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon that I have now. How can a will be a weapon? Well, easy. I can think of a lot of ways, actually. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asagi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asagi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asagi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd only understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? You're right. I really don't know how he knew. It certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asagi papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all of this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Everything is relevant! Anyway, thank you so very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope that I don't appear rude, but... Oh, no, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. What? Before you go, there's just one thing. What? Yes? What is it? The Asagi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. The music is getting so much darker. Because the situation is getting very, very grave and implying a lot of shit. The more we poke at it, it's so, ooh, juicy. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Ooh, some sort of will that Genshin Asagi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder... Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know about a document that Cosmo's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor! Then we know precisely where we must go, back to Barclay Prison! Oh, wrong prison. I went to Van Zieks instead. Hi, Van Zieks! I see you're looking as hot as ever. I meant this one. Whew. Huh, back again, are you? Yeah, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yeah, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't now work here anymore. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't have liked you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the job.
Aye, Kimmer, you can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else that we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe that there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asagi's cell. I think it's been called the Asagi Papers or something. Uh-oh. Did I no say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about where relevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing as he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you think that he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I can on all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens that went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sid forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors! Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with now, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Oh my god, Iris. I suppose if there's anybody who might still care about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gorey. Oh, Maria, the person who did Gregson's autopsy report. Sid's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee Baron's following in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah! That chick, yeah.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sid's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. Oh, why am I filming that? We could do with talking. She's Dr. Sid's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? There's some family history, I'm sure. But I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her man's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she's used to listen to funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for us all. We really need to speak to Ms. Gorey herself about this, I think. Thank you very much! I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away? No? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk here, even here in the prison, who've might have heard of those papers. Whoop. Well, I can't just tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. This is interesting. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors, or rather Genshin Asagi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Is that the end of the silent treatment? Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens no, you're off the half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. We just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are, see? The last will and testament of Genshin Asagi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. But mind it says he leaves all this worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yeah, that's correct. That's the gist of it. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asagi and no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramish of this sliced over and execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. We ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto, just in case. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. Yeah? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of the government. I understand. Scary! I, Genshin Asagi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asagi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or my family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. I don't know, I just want to show him the picture. Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Would you have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh? Oh god, no, 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 neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. Could show him my armband, but I think I did, or I'll just spare him that. It's fine. Oh. I need to, right. Although he's gonna be gone now. We were supposed to chase down Professor Mikotoba to send the telegram for Sholmes. Not exactly sure how you do that. And this is still here, huh? It's the we're still looking at this? Yeah, his hand's like super beefy, and then the cup he's holding is like super small. Oh, here we are. No arguments, Prosecutor Asagi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asagi. My lord. Kazuma. Oh. He left without saying a word. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zieks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asagi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? Yeah. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42, 43. We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asagi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago in that faithful closed trial that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary, but the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yeah, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors, then the trial of Genshin Asagi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, then that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks has condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor has been harboring some ulterior motive as well. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. So that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all of your questions will be answered tomorrow. That's not nerve-wracking or anything. I shall ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asagi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Woo! Time to go see my boyfriend. Cosmo's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. You know what I need? Fish and chips! This is the office of Prosecutor Asagi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Caesar style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? But you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly, realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London about how Sasato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruto. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in a cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, you know your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. It was Sholmes whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. It must have been, presumably just before that they were due to carry your body off of the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Shit. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. How terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, well, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. The man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. How did you end up becoming Lord Van Zieks' apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came to play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. I miss the headband! Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh, baby! Baby Kazuma! Oh, you got a little baby! So cute! Oh my god, look at you, so cute! I just want to pinch his little cheeks, he's so cute! When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. And what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. I think the headband just runs in the family. That's what I would remember most, but yeah, that too. I'm sure the sense of justice was also a thing. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Sasato-san. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UMA. I'll be forever in his debt. Nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. One day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asagi name. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear through the resentment was always going to be a problem. Still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. What did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Why not? He deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of a consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to a strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asagi, and I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruto. Hey, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. You knew! The real question has been giving orders to the Inspector. Beric von Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who declared my father must be a mass murderer and sent to his grave. He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibilities for his actions. Of course, he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Cosma, I still have your armband. This is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Cosma. So you keep hold of that. And besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Look at this photograph. Generic response. You're confused by the situation, that's what I make of it. Oh, thank you. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Look at this photograph. I just want to show him pictures that are cute. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? Whew. But you're Lord Van Zieks' apprentice! Apprentice, not friend. Ouch! And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, I mean, it's not the smallest picture in the world. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Okay! It's a scale model of the crime scene. Yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Cute. What about all the wine glasses? What do we do with all of these? Lord Van Zieks' fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up. He's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the shortage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Oh, he must be really having a tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. Look at this face that Cosma has. He looks so fucking done. Bro, what? So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. I love you, Cosma. Ba 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 da ba. I love you, Cosma. Ba 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 ba. I love you, babe. Wanna go make out. Bum 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 bum. That's never gonna happen, is it? I wanna go back home. Fuck! He's not gonna care about anything. Oh, the papers! Oh my god! Oh, never mind. No showing the papers to him. Okay. Oh, okay. I love all this music, man. Barrick Von on Zieks is still here too. So we can present anything and everything. We probably are supposed to show the Asagi papers to someone, I imagine. He probably won't care about this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What's that? Oh! It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Nope. Ah! What a bitch. Hey, I'm gonna show you this picture again because it's really cute. You look really cute in this picture. No? I guess he just doesn't like being told that he looks cute, but okay. He do be looking cute. None of these are really relevant to him. So Van Zieks, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave your ultimate hotness again. We still have to send the telegram. I'm very confused about that. Maybe it just automatically happened. Not gonna worry about it. We got the papers. Oh, didn't we get the papers? Oh, we probably have to go back and show the papers. Oh, wait, I'm gonna show you the papers that I got. You. Oh, wait, no. Hey, talk to me again, bitch. At least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Oh, I can't talk to him again. Shit. Lame. I mean, I guess I shouldn't poke him. He's like dealing with some trauma, right? And I'm that asshole that's like poking him like, hey, you want to bring up your trauma? Hey, I want to talk to you more about that. Can we? I'm an asshole. I'm the asshole. Good to know. I wish Sholmes wasn't so fucking dodgy, but the more we get into the case, the more and more dodgy he fucking gets. The never-ending dodge master. There's so much. Objection. That was great. Right, next. All right, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Well, now I know how to get a free objection in this game. Good stuff, good stuff. Sholmes, where are you? Can I take this mask? I would like to take it. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. Only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? Oh my god, the chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is painful. Yeah, that's okay. You know what? Sholmes definitely just brought it on himself, so it's fine. As he wont to do with everything else in life. I feel like we need to do more with Cosma. That's my inkling. We can't do much with Van Zieks. The office is closed. The hotel has nothing. Prisoner doesn't, the prison governor, Caden, doesn't want us to come back for any reason, but I wonder if we could poke him with something. Let's go back. We need more stuff. We're kind of lacking in the stuff department. It's like I don't want to go home empty-handed, you know? So this is what we got from him. This picture is so cute. Ah! Okay, anyway. Oh, we're supposed to go to Maria, see Maria, but we can't get there yet because the game says I need to do something else. This guy's not gonna care about any of this shit. Hey, you want to see a picture of a dead body? Sorry! I'm sure you see that all the time. Sorry about it. Okay, let's go back to see Cosmo. What do you mean Sholmes isn't real? What the fuck, bro? What do you mean? It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Ziza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zieks when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it after a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me. They start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know that you can't even manage a minute. Bruh. I need a screenshot of this face. I'm getting a screenshot of this face. It's too good. This is Cosma done. Cosma done. Okay, I got a picture. I immortalized it now. Oh, chat, you're taking. Oh, chat, no! Why? Don't take this line in other contexts. Oh my god. All right, we don't need more proof that these men are gay, okay? Leave them be. Just, it's not what it sounds like. It is completely not what it sounds like, I assure you. Yes. I hate you guys. I wasn't even seeing it in this context, but chat just be so fucking dirty, man. All right, whatever. Can't believe you would just. Okay, you know what? Why am I not surprised? This is Twitch chat we're talking about. Oh, can I click on the bats again? You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zieks, wouldn't you say? I've seen things flying on in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Doves. Oh my god, doves. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. That's so many wine barrels. Cast floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. Hollowed barrels. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zieks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. Oh my god, I love this face so much. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court. No. Why? Why? Same energy, the done face. Yeah, it does. Yes, I think it is the same energy. Can I click on this, like, this little book? I'm seeing if I can click on specific things I'm supposed to notice in this room. Cosmo, I feel like I'm supposed to do something with you. Chat ruins everything. My brain is forever tainted even by my own words. You did this. I hope you know, chat. You did this. I was not corrupted. Okay, I was mildly corrupted, but I wasn't thinking about it. Mildly corrupted. I'm gonna show him the murder weapon. I'm innocent, Your Honor. Uh-huh. The Reaper, at last I get to take my revenge. Wait, Cosima. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death. He's not the Reaper. And he's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Okay, let's not show him the gun ever again. Jesus. Bad idea. Fucking savage. There we go, finally. This came up in the trial as something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with was certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want to do for anything is to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Logat Cemetery. By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Hey, there we go. Hey, progress! Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. For this. Oh, we got the old theme back. You safeguarded the soul of the Asagi clan. It's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, as they say. This blade, Karma, is the symbol of the Asagi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Oh. Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little bit too much. Cosma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I have? I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is a Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Cosma. You see, Van Zieks is my third boyfriend. Maybe we don't mention that. That would be really awkward, right? That's really awkward. Okay, yeah, let's not mention that. I know that you'll do what you have to do as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Oh, I thought I progressed. But I can still do more. Oh no. Oh, yes, we progressed! Yay! Oh god! Okay. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. What? Being in a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Yeah! Oh, what was that? Dr. Gory? That noise before? I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? No, I'm good. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see Iris. Then, I think you'll do nicely. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Sith has some scruples at least.
Oh dear, it looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being, you mean until we die. I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Hello, your autopsy report. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
What? Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. There is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh! She just rips off the mask.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Let's try this again. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death? It's really the most crucial detail. Oh, mask back on.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart came.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on November 1st when the gunshot was heard.
Now's not the time of... that's not the time of death that you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason that you didn't include it? She just said Lord Strongheart said no. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're gonna go the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
Huh? What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written... What has she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What does indeterminate mean? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat.
Of course there was.
And that fish had started to rot. If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate? Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems? But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory, or some other special places.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow.
What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo, that Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. One other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sith, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution? The professor? Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago? That's not all Mama did. Oh? Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clinton Van Zieks as well. Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all of this mean? You know that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. Also, this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory? The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently. I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. That's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He said he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. I was at the time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It was at the time. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! There was one other person present, the primary assistant. It was a visiting student from the Far East. A visiting student. Must have been my father, Eugene Mikatoba. I had no idea Professor Mikatoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asagi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Oh, would that be all right? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V in the back of those cupboards with the other records from last decade. Thank you! Let's see, Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruto? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. When was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? Gregson. I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the... Why 2 years ago? That's a question. Why 2 years ago? So last year is when this game started with the Jailbreak case. So that is when Wilson died. So this is a year before that when he started? Why? Why 2 years ago? Herlock Sholmes was his name. Yeah, we all knew that was coming eventually. We all knew it was coming eventually. Just didn't think it'd be here. 2 years ago, huh? Wilson... The timeline is so weird. Wilson was stationed at Yume University 4 years ago. So that would be 2 years after he was already in Japan. Sholmes started looking at that. Why? Why then? Why then? Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Runo. I hope you don't mind, but... Oh no. I don't want this to be the talk. Okay. Okay. I've just remembered something very important I have to do. Dodging! Stop dodging everything! I hate this game! Ah! I'm going to have to leave you now! That's very sudden, Iris! Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? I like Gory. She's a good girl. My new favorite character. Hey babe, what's up? Have you, Iris? Hey, you want to be my best friend? I really like you. We're gonna be BFFs forever. Swear, the only sane character in this fucking game. I say sane as she's like literally threatening to cut me up, but sane, you know what I mean. Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, I must dash. She was 8 years old at the time. She was 8! Oh wait, Iris, I'll brew up a pot for when you get home. What is the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. Okay. I can't make any promises, sorry. I'm gonna go. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Let's go. Who is there to write to? Who is left? Sholmes had to telegram. There's nobody left in Japan. Who did he need to send a telegram to? Jigoku, Mikotoba. The pool of people is small. It's Hosonaga. It's Hosonaga. Told you all along. Hosonaga. I knew it from the start, man. I fucking knew it. Hosonaga is the new Wilson. He's been working under Sholmes this whole goddamn game. That's actually not true, because then the second case wouldn't make sense. But Hosonaga, it's all coming together. It all makes sense. Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not, at least not while she's armed. Okay, I'm gonna go. Where is Van Zieks? Wait, honey, where are you? Where is everybody? Let's see if we can find anything in this room. We have opportunity now while the governor is away. Mr. Naruto, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then. Ah, fuck, they don't let you go through his room. It could have juicy shit. Could his partner really not be dead? If he... Is this a big brain play? He started looking into this 2 years ago, huh? Before Wilson presumably dies. Is this a setup? Did it never happen? Is it the wrong person? I would like to think that he would be ahead of the game if he found something. Just thinking of possibilities here. I'm not sure what to do with this information. What? Is this a big brain play? Maybe it is. Maybe this is a big brain play. What to do, Sasato? What do we do? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Don't worry, as long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far. Okay, yeah, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay. I don't really want to. Maybe this room has the answers that I want. The Sholmes Suite. Just maybe. Right. Yeah, the world is empty. We have a lot of things to do. Oh, tea. We're supposed to have tea. Iris' pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. It's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that can make good tea. Okay, is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy up my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruto, you do overthink things at times. I overthink things all the time. Don't call me out. Overthinking is my middle name. Might as well be. The only person that exists in this world is you. And you have a check mark. Which means that you're no longer relevant, sir. Anyway, did I actually go everywhere? Did I? I guess we didn't go back to the crime scene. Why would I go back here? Case. It's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss taught her. I expect she'll be back before long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here. Yeah, what's the thing? Reminds me of the things that the box that Sholmes carries, but I don't actually know. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? It appears to be made of metal. Okay, no, it wouldn't be his. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside, look. T-O. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Gina. That's my trunk, that is! Hands off! Gina! Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Okay, just a wild guess, Gina, but, what? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes everywhere. Goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? I'm trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. You mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who've got off scot-free. The ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said, or anyway. That's our Gina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. The Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October. Ah, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like... Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it, of course. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. What a pity. There was something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over again. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... What does it mean, something? Lord Van Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. And the lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove was pretending to be in, didn't you, Odo? It was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Oh, doggo! When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't you tell, though? Police business, innit? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right, because he looks so hellish, honest. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. Should be, after all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe the wig? Because it's not Gregson's. He didn't wear it, so whoever framed him put it on. Wait, that makes sense.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, all right. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It wasn't like that. It just what? What are you talking about? I know what's going through your head of yours, but that ain't what happened. All right then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, it went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. Oh, God. To a sandwich, not a bag of chips. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Beppo. I forgot about that sandwich. He had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. What? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing... Would you happen to need the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then? How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, Gina's face, she's so cute.
Gina is so cute. I will protect her. Oh my god, I love her. Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruto, be careful! It must be the trunk! Ah! Toby, oi, what are you on about? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
Case closed.
Oh
This
my
is where your
god!
justice ends.
Thanks for the 100 bits. I think I should order some fish and chips now. I'm just, you know, I'm starting to... I'm starting to want those fish and chips all of a sudden. Mr. Naruto, are you all right? Miss Sasato. Oh, yes! Hot Sholmes is back! Normal Hot Sholmes. Yes! Normal hair. A very attractive vest. Finally. Oh. Now talk, you motherfucker. I'm gonna cut your head off myself. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. Get cocked! What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Wait, where is he? Where did he go? Bring him back. I already miss him. He's been dodgy as of late. I'm so glad that there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compressed sugar water. Sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh. Thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Okay. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. Oh, dang. Okay, okay, screenshot. Looking nice. Okay, got a screenshot. Looking good. You know, I suddenly have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys can... yeah. Ah, I'm back, my dear fellows! I hope that you guys enjoyed your break. The fucking roaches. Oh my god. Give me a sec. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to look at Sholmes and click on Sholmes. But damn, buddy. Do you really have to look so good? This is a criminal offense, sir. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Ah, well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. I'm just gonna go downstairs. We have to do something about the roaches? I don't know, chat put them there. You guys gotta fix it, not my problem.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach, o über deine Wut. Herr dem seid holdlich gelobt und auf den ersten Streich.
Am I having a bad dream? Oh no, it's an old German folk song, a rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. The trunk is open, there's glass on the floor, and Professor Mikatoba's just passed out on the couch. Iris? What's the matter?
Herr dem seid holdlich gelobt und auf den ersten Streich.
I'll be right back.
Alle Seiten des Teris ode an die Wut. Herr mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut.
Okay, I had to get mail. Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? This is his own house. Why is he not troubled? What is happening? What the fuck is happening?
Alle Seiten des
Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices, too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying to so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure that this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go! Woo! We've never had this in casual Sholmes attire. I'm not complaining about it. Vest deduction, let's fucking go. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he is a German with no grasp of the English language. Am I dumb? Like, it's really obvious that this is Professor Mikatoba, no? Or, I don't, okay, I'm just not even gonna go there. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of that bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. He's not singing German. Oh my god, his mouth isn't even moving! What is happening? The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself to so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gostrich Sigismund von Olmstein. Oh my god. The King of Germany. Ah, yes, okay. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. And he has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Yes. Okay. Okay. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Right. Okay. You know what? We have the King of Germany in our house right now. I mean, like, sure. Okay. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Oh yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. Oh my god. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me! This is my favorite one. Yep, definitely my favorite one. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Oh my god. I'm so done. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes? I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well open up to it now. Iris. He's got it all wrong! Oh, your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Narhado, surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the Great Exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
und es mir verbrannt. Ach, offen deine Wut.
I believe, Mr. Naruto,
Der mit dem
that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit that he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes's logic and reasoning spectacular? Here we go! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! The man's identity! F for the cup. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he is a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the dramatic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only look at the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Iris is done. This is the face of, oh, Hurley. Oh, Hurley, you fucked up. So what, it's some kind of mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still this entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. You know, the gramophone, maybe? Just a possibility that it might be from the gramophone.
Take that!
The reason for this man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Yes. The music seems to have stopped now. Oh, wait, this is a cosplay reference. Sorry, the back of this vest. I need the back. I need to make this vest, sorry. Okay, I ask you, Mr. Naruto. Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who, exactly, is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particular delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gulstrich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. There can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Iris again. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. It's as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of the mask. What's happening?
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asagi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive! Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. Huh, but it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Do we really need to? I don't believe it. Father! No shit. Do you really need to see your dad's eyes to recognize him? What the fuck? I'm afraid, Mr. Sato. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Oh shit! Sasato in the house! Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikitoba. Tell him, Sasato. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Oh my god. Words cannot describe just how much I love this game. It's so good. Oh. Girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Oh yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Do I dare look inside of it? I'll just touch it. It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yeah, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. That's hard to ignore. Very. Never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here on Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. I'm like worried that it's empty. Oh my god. Please don't be empty. Elfie, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Hurley, don't! Oh. Oh my god! Right. I think he's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. So, you found your voice now, Iris. Oh my god, no. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Ah, yes, the real reason for your silence until now. This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Sholmes, isn't it? Yeah, Sholmes is kind of, dead. He's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type. You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Miss Sato, something a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Ah, yes. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation. Wait, I'm trying to... Hold on. They're just, okay, they're just, yep. They're dead. This is such a good picture. This is interesting. I am mesmerized.
Take that!
The real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Oh my god, do we really need a replay of this? Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. She kept it in her mouth this whole time. Oh my god. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. That's thanks to Sholmes. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration. We can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikatoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea and above it all? Why would he be wearing Cosmo-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? A miracle. Oh my god, oh my fucking god, don't even. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Oh my god. Don't. We're gonna see this in slow motion, aren't we? We are literally about to see this in slow motion, I guarantee it. Everything just falling directly into place. Okay, let's see this. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually a tablecloth? That is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. I want to see this. Oh. Would you expect? It's fine. Don't worry. Would you expect anything less? Oh my god, Iris. No, it's not.
Oh my god.
Tom comes out and he knows what it was. I'll fix it. No, I know. I'll fix it. Just put it there. He's okay. He survives everything. He survives everything. He's a champion. Don't worry. Oh, it's kind of funny. I'm sorry.
Well.
The timing of this is so good. I'm sorry. The timing was really good. Dawn didn't try to open the chest. No, that's not what happened. You okay? It's okay. He's okay. He's not unconscious, chat. Don't worry. I'll fix it. Don't worry. Of course it wasn't Tom, but the King of Germany. Why is this timing so good? Okay, anyway, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, brilliant, Runo. Oh. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruto's great dance of deduction of this punchy puzzle. Punchy. Oh, okay. Okay. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Oh.
Objection!
Oh my... Whoa! We got a Sholmes objection? Did I just hear that? Oh. Hot. Okay. Yes. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruto. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. We're not done yet! Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction, Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. He's back in it's all normal now, don't worry. He's not unconscious. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So, I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Oh.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, Nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks, yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Oh, don't make her cry. Forgive me! Oh, Iris. Oh. Oh, man. I like this vest version a lot more. Gotta say, I'm a fan. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting Detective Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. Oh, Daddy. News about what happened to her dad. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. Your father's writing, what do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the set here has been somewhat forgotten. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruto! Yeah? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yeah, of course, I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage it alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. What? He's actually offering to take him himself? Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Oh, he's dodging. He even got me for a minute there. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. Okay, that was pretty smooth. I'll give him that one. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside the metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. That's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Oh, well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one more thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. How do you just not ever know your dad's name? His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it in there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Why she was so prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Ooh, I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then let me look after it for you until we get there. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. Do I need to look at this now? Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So, you've noticed, I see. That would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Sholmes knows, bro. Is he actually alive and in hiding? I know this writing very well. It's Professor Mikitoba. Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? The idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. You have to explain. Now! No dodging! Talk about your partner! I'm gonna save that one for last. This autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikitoba. That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. 10 years ago, it was when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikitoba engaged? He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's lab, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's is the report. In the report would be his signature at the end. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Wow. Your partner! Talk about your partner! Don't dodge, for fuck's sake! Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Yes! Please, come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where is your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. In Japan. But if this autopsy report and the records of all of your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Sasato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto. You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. This is literally insane. I am trying to hold my shit together right now so hard! That I didn't see coming. I didn't even theorize anything about that. Oh my god. This, I like, excuse me while I need to scream. Oh my god. Bro. This implies so many things. Whoa. 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 You're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father. Of course. This is obviously too much for Sasato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray, remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price, but rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective that you see before you now. I was working in the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. Well... This is happening way too fast. My brain needs to catch up. Oh my god. My brain is going through every case.
Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Which, oh, ooh, okay. Okay, I'm like, I'm having like an epiphany. Whoa. Okay. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. There is so much shit in my brain right now. I don't know what to do. Okay. Okay. We're fine. In the situation of if our cohabitation led us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year, Mikitoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is amazing. Professor Mikitoba really is Mr. Sholmes's famous partner. I have a lot to take in. Father. Oh my god, I haven't even thought once about Sasato. Holy shit. My brain is everywhere. But that makes Sasato... Oh my god. Goodness, my dear, what a cunning look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. She's been a simp over Sholmes and... like, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. She's been a simp for that for so long. Oh my god. Whoa! Nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Of course, I had almost forgotten about that one. Yeah, he still invited a Wilson over. Should have seen this coming, I suppose. Oh my god! Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. If you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all of those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Wait, no. Upon my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. Wait, huh? I had assumed that... Wait, then who was the professor that Mikitoba... Who was the Wilson that Mikitoba brought into Yume University? Oh my... Wait. Whoa. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Oh my god. I can't... Okay, we're not gonna think that line of thinking quite yet. That's a tangent to go on. We'll go there later.
You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour in Britain, and I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Sasato-san's ice-cold stare. Hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Oh, really? Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong idea of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man! Oh my god, is he leaving? That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam? Is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Sasato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later! Our carriage awaits downstairs already! You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this. Father, please. The game is afoot, oh my god! This is so great! Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you completely. Sasato. Sending the great detective and his great partner off on a renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle and in reaching a decision. Bruh. Bruh! Bruh.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with myself.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
End? End? What do you mean, end? No! What? That's the end of episode 4? Ah! What do you mean, end? What do you mean? No! Final chapter? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking nut! I'm stopping there because I'm dead ass hungry! And I told myself I would get poutine to honor Gregson. Oh my god! I'm losing my shit! I'm losing my shit! I've put out... How many theories have I put out in this game?
out so many fucking theories. How many times was I so close, but yet so far? You know how many times I said Mikitoba and Sholmes were friends? They were best friends? Oh my god! Crystal, what were you thinking? Crystal! What's happening? I was so close, but I was so far. I was so far. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking go crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! There's a lot to process with that. But if that means like but if there's oh my god, I'm sorry. My mind is so blown. Okay. I'm just gonna stand here staring at a wall thinking my brain is going. my brain is so okay, wait, there's a very important point before I get off that I want to just point out for a second. Wait a second. Okay, so you know what this means? Okay, my brain just put a little point together. So we just had Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. And you mean to tell me he didn't recognize his own partner laying on the seat? Just want to make sure that I'm thinking of that right. He called him the fucking king of Germany. I don't think he was messing around. I just think that's a Sholmes moment. And you know what? I can fucking relate to that because I have those moments. Every single stream I have those moments. I can relate. 200%. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna just sit on this bullshit that's just sitting in my brain now. Oh my god. I feel so stupid for being all over the place with my theory, but being so close yet so far. I'm angry. Tomorrow, chat, we start the final chapter. Tomorrow, the final chapter. And it'll probably take 2 or 3 streams. I don't know. But the next 2 days, I feel like I can finish this game. And I don't want to, because this journey has been one of my favorite journeys I have ever played. I love this game and this writing. It is so good. I don't want it to end. I'm probably just gonna cry wildly at the end of this game just because I never want it to end. Oh my god. I'm hooked. This writing is so good. Writer is a genius. I cannot stress that enough. So fucking good. I'm just dying.